So, it is a shame that you don't see much things built in the USA anymore. So, yesterday on my running errands, I bought a radio. And on the packaging, it said built-in antenna. I don't even know where antenna is. Hello, and how in the world are you doing anyway? Caleb here, welcoming you to another episode of Gaming Through the Ages, the show that plays through the games in order of release, unless when the franchise specifies us to do otherwise, which we kind of are right now, as we're kind of taking a brief detour away from 1985 to just kind of do a little catching up, as Digital Eclipse kindly has released some DLC pack to Atari 50, which we are also encouraging you to check out for yourself, because we didn't go through everything in our last run through the timeline, because we're only going through things that are up to where we are on our timeline, 1985. And there's some things that were after 1985, like, we ain't touching that. And by the way, I already checked. Everything that was made on the timeline, we are already going through. It's already on the list. So there's no surprises. There's no brand new things we have to put in the game list unnumbered. We're all good. So it's just a matter of just remembering when to put in the videos, which will probably be spliced in at some point. But in the meantime, we are here. We're not there. We are here. And about to do some more Atari 50. We're going to go through the first console war, Atari versus Mattel, and specifically some of the M Network games. We've already played some of the M Network games, but not a ton. It'll be kind of interesting to go through, and I don't know how long this will take. Hopefully no more than 3 hours, but we'll see. But today is November 14th, the year of Lord 2024. Can you believe we're already halfway through November? Today is World Diabetes Day, Pickle Day, National Spicy Guacamole Day, World Quality Day, Operating Room Nurse Day, and Loosen Up Right to an update. Yeah, a ton of games released on this day. This thing says that Sonic Spinball is released on this day. I don't think it did. I think it was released a week later. So remember here in the States, we had, in 1993, we had 3 Sonic games released on the same day. But each one for a different Sega platform. So I don't think that's correct. Driver 2 for the PS1 was released on this day 24 years ago. SVC Chaos SNK vs. Capcom released on this day 21 years ago for the Neo Geo. Mario Kart DS released on this day 19 years ago for DS. The SVC Chaos, I should mention, Hamster recently re-released that game like a few months ago on PS4 and Switch. So if you want that game, perhaps to coincide with the upcoming Capcom Flying Cluster 2, which has the other 2 Capcom release, Capcom vs. SNK. Resistance Fallen Man, released on this day 18 years ago for PlayStation 3. Also on the same day, Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, released on this day 18 years ago. WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2007, released again on this day, same year. Harvest Moon Light of Hope, released for, surprisingly, PC 7 years ago today. As did Lego Marvel Superheroes for Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One 7 years ago. Star Wars Battlefront 2 was released on this day 7 years ago for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Fallout 76, released on this day 6 years ago for PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. Dragon Force 3 HD 2-day remake, released on this day 0 years ago for Nintendo Switch, PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X, as is Lego Horizon Adventures for PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch. Also, 0 years ago today. And here's the interesting thing about the Switch version of Lego Horizon Adventures that gets me a little excited. You wonder if that thing would have even seen the light day, at least on Switch, if it weren't for MLB The Show. I know MLB kind of, forced Sony San Diego Studios' hand a little bit by saying, hey, we want our game multi-plat. We don't want exclusive to one system. And knowing that there's only one game and Take-Two isn't going to renew. I mean, no one has an exclusive rights to the MLB, but only one studio is interested in making a simulation-based MLB game, and that's Sony. So it is what it is. It's unfortunate that it's become just so expensive and unfeasible compared to how it was 30 years ago when it was much cheaper. So it made more sense. And the rights were cheaper too. So with that, they made that multi-plat. So now we have not just PlayStation Studios that's just for sports, but now some spin-offs of PlayStation exclusives are now coming to Nintendo Switch. I feel like that's just awesome. So I'm really looking forward to the Lego Horizon Adventures. But first off, we need to go through the remainder of Atari 50. So let's do that. By the way, I shouldn't say the remainder of Atari 50, because there's still the main timelines. We're still going to deal with those. Now, I know Tetris Forever just came out by the same people, but this might be one of the Digital Eclipse's best releases. And they've had some good releases this console generation. It's probably their best work. they've probably peaked. Alright, when the television challenged the Atari 2600's dominance, their battle set the stage for every historic gaming rivalry that followed. Whether the company behind the Intellivision also created cartridges for the Atari 2600? The answer was M Network, and the story starts in the late 1970s. Successful toy manufacturer since the mid-1940s, Mattel expanded its handheld electronic games with Auto Race and in 1976 and Football in 1977. When both became huge hits, the fledgling Mattel Electronics division looked for its next electronic success. Atari's success with the VCS led Mattel to consider the potential of a TV-based gaming machine. However, the cutting-edge in television would come from humble beginnings within the toy maker's halls.
After the success of the Atari VCS, Mattel, as a toy company, looked at this and said, maybe we should consider getting into this business.
They started their Mattel Electronics division releasing handheld games. Their handheld football, which was an LED game, was a smash hit.
Somebody had the idea that the TI, Texas Instruments calculator chip, could also be used for games. It worked in calculators, we could make a game out of it. That's where those handheld games came from.
When I first saw it, I'm like, how is this football? Because the field is only this big. How is this 100 yards? And then, of course, you play it and you realize you have to go multiple times to get a touchdown. But, oh, man, it was great.
The Atari VCS was being sold in toy stores. Mattel did not like giving up shelf space and consumer dollars in toy stores. And I think as much as anything, it's that sense of holding your position, holding market share in the toy industry. That plus the sense that there was a potential here, I think, is what drove the decision.
Mattel saw that Atari was making lots of money, hand over fist, making video games, and decided to make their own console, which they called the Intellivision.
They had an outside consulting group make a set of initial games for the machine for the playtest.
They contracted with a company run by a man named Glenn Hightower to develop the system and develop cartridges for it. So he ran this company, APH Technology Consultants. Mattel found him and contracted him and his company to produce the system and the games. And in 1979, the end of 1979, they test marketed the Intellivision, and then it went full release in 1980.
They test marketed the Intellivision video game console in Fresno, California, and it tested out great. And this was late 1980, and that was when the radio ad got put on the radio. I was actually driving home from work one day, and I heard an ad on the radio, and the ad said, "Do you want to work in the exciting world of video games?" And I didn't know whether to look down at the radio or look up to God that I was being talked to it this way. And would you like to help shape the future of this exciting new entertainment medium? At first, they did not believe that I had been programming video games for 9 years. Eventually, they realized I was telling the truth, and I got hired as one of the original 5 in-house programmers at Mattel. So the original 5 team members at Intellivision on day one were Gabriel Baum, who was our manager, Mike Minkoff, John Soule, myself, Rick Levine. The consultants at APH who had been working on the test market games also continued to stay involved, and they also were working on games in parallel to us. But like modern video game companies, Mattel realized they wanted to control the development themselves, and that's why they built an in-house team. If you were a toy designer, or you worked for the toy company, you turned left and you went into what was then a modern office tower. If you turned right, you went down into where we were, except that was a converted warehouse.
The entire video game division, we were in a separate building. And at lunchtime, we were allowed to walk down this middle corridor to the lunchroom, and everybody's doors in the toy company, all the doors were closed. And it was like, you're not allowed to go into any of those doors. It was very like, secret, secret, secret. And then we would go and we'd have lunch, and then we would go back. And one day we're walking down that corridor, and some like little like motorized car was zooming around. It was like, oh, there's life, there's a toy, but it went through a door and it closed. And so we were outsiders.
After a successful test during the 1979 holiday season, the Intellivision rolled out nationwide in early 1980, offering 10 games at the promise of add-ons that would turn the console into a home computer. Mattel priced the machine at $299 US, a full $100 more than the Atari video computer system. You can kind of tell how this was laid out, right? So it's still like the Atari 2600 or the Atari VDCS. It had the wood grain, but it had two controllers that were hardwired into the machine, and there was a specified spot for it. Once you think about it, this is like quite similar to what we saw with the Japanese Famicom. Now, its American counterpart, the Nintendo Entertainment System, did not adopt this, obviously. But this is very similar to where there's a specified spot for safekeeping the controllers, and they're hardwired. And you had the reset and off-on switches on there, too. Interacting with the video computer system, the Intellivision felt as different to players as it did the programmers. Both groups share their experiences here.
Atari developed this joystick, which is just a stick coming up, and you can move it with the Atari in 8 different directions: forward, backward, left, right, and then the 4 diagonals. And that controlled the object on the screen. Intel decided to go better than that. Intel controller is a rectangle with this disc on the bottom, a round disc, but 12 buttons over it. Anyway, what the disc was, you can press it in any of 16 directions, and that controlled what goes on the screen. If you're used to a joystick, it's difficult to work with.
I didn't like the controller. I didn't like the controller. I didn't like it.
I mean, a joystick with a button, that feels like a video game. This other one felt like an accounting package.
The Intellivision had the bad interface versus the joystick. Things like that were just things you would argue over all the time.
It felt maybe even like the games were very soft. They weren't edgy.
I'd say visually the Intellivision looked a lot better, but also the 2600, because of its requirement for drawing the screen, meant that every game had to run at 60 frames per second.
Like even today we had discussions like, can we get to 60 frames a second? And like every Atari game that exists is 60 frames a second, because if they didn't, they have to hit that or the screen won't draw, you know? So no Atari game has any sort of lag or anything, because they had no option to have lag.
How many 2600 games were made? 600 in the original few years of the console? That was possible because the software controlled everything, and in the Intellivision, the hardware did what it could do and nothing else.
Out of all the systems I've worked on, the one actually that kind of bested me was the Intellivision, because it's such a unique architecture.
The instruction set for the Intellivision was not an 8-bit instruction set. General Instruments made it 10 bits wide. So when we wrote instructions, we had more opportunities, more things we could do in assembly language because it was 10 bits wide. Basically, it just means we had a book with more pages listing the dictionary of what we could do.
You hear stories about how some engineers just couldn't quite get the Intellivision to do what they wanted. And the reason some of the games are slower is because that understanding of that architecture is very challenging. So games could run really fast on the Intellivision. You just had to do it a certain way. And most people tried to approach programming the Intellivision like they would the Atari 2600 or an old 8-bit computer. They thought that's the way you should do it. But in fact, the Intellivision has a very specific way you should be creating games for it.
So it was made with newer technology. And with that technology, they were capable of making more resolution of backgrounds, more colors, not necessarily better colors, but more sprites. I think they could put 8 sprites on the screen.
The Intellivision itself, because they started work on it about 2 years after Atari had started work on the VCS, it had more advanced chips. And so where the Atari was using a 6502 chip, which is a very basic and because of its simplicity, a powerful chip for its time. We were using a GI 1610 chip, which had 16-bit logic in it as opposed to 8-bit. Everybody says, oh, 8-bit, 16-bit. Well, Intellivision was kind of 3 different kinds of bits. We were very confusing.
The thing is, once we programmers started doing tricks and making the Atari 2600 do things that it was not supposed to do, we ended up with more sprites than the Intellivision. I did a game called Freeway, and Freeway had 10 moving sprites on the screen.
In many cases, a lot of engineers that were on the Atari went to Intellivision and vice versa. And then many engineers that went out to third parties like Activision and whatnot would end up working on multiple platforms. So they'd work on Intellivision and Atari.
I mean, I was at a CES one day showing Pitfall, and the Intellivision programming crew came around. I remember just kind of standing behind them, and they were saying, how do you make a swinging vine that would use all 8 of our sprites? There would be nothing left for Pitfall Harry. And so the swinging vine is a trick. It's a programming trick. And without it, Pitfall doesn't exist.
All the companies in the Bay Area particularly that were working on Atari and Intellivision games were told not to intermingle, not to hang out with people from the other companies because of company secrets being let loose, and nobody wants anybody to know what anybody else is working on.
But occasionally, programmers would run into each other in the mall, and one of them would say, I finally figured out how you did that thing, you know, or whatever. So there was a little bit of interconnection.
But then hearing that they would all get together for beers at people's houses and play the games they're working on with everybody. And so it was like completely opposite of what they were asked to do. But it was a way for them all to keep sane and also to help each other out. Because once everybody was able to share what they had, even though they weren't supposed to, it really helped everybody understand like how they could improve their games and all stuff with all these great designers in the area.
Intellivision TV commercials and print ads featuring sports writer George Plimpton targeted the weakest points of the Atari VCS with remarkable candor. The ads would set the tone for the first console war.
I'll try almost anything. So when Mattel Electronics asked me to compare their Intellivision games with Atari, I gave it a try.
Mattel started making these commercials with George Plimpton, comparing the two systems.
He was a writer who was brought in as the spokesperson for Intellivision. He would prop up a 2600 game against an Intellivision game and just ask you, basically ask you to tell the difference.
And I think the commercials played that up. You know, as you said, the commercials, you know, implied you were high and mighty if you could afford a Intellivision and you weren't stuck down in the, you know, dregs with your Atari machine.
As a generation of kids and adults were told every night on television by our Intellivision ads, it was a clearly superior video game console.
And so you'd see this like really amazing baseball game on the Intellivision that like in our eyes back then looked like real baseball, and then you see like some blocks over on the 2600 and weird sounds coming out, and baseball talks on the Intellivision, 2600 makes beeps and that sort of thing. So they would beg you to like compare it yourself and make the decision.
I compared Atari baseball with Intellivision and found Intellivision played much more like real baseball.
Where the Intellivision, which cost $100 more than the VCS, where it excelled was in these sports games and great graphics.
Our rival television commercials for Intellivision and Atari ran each night, and inside the company we were tracking sales to see how we were doing, and it was very much competition. And of course we wanted to beat them.
Then they showed the two football games, and the Atari football I've always hated. It doesn't resemble football at all, where the Intellivision version resembles football.
Then I compared Atari football with Intellivision. Again, Intellivision played more like the real game.
The famous Atari game football was like 3-on-3 or 4-on-4, and that was a travesty to football fans. So the Intellivision felt, hey, we can at least, here's a baseball game, you got all the people on the field. Here's a football game, you have a bigger team.
Our emphasis on sports at Intellivision was just recognizing that those were the games that we were doing that people were most responding to. Most of our best sellers were our sports games. And that was the place where we were clearly beating Atari in the marketplace in terms of people's perceptions.
In my opinion, if you try them both, there's only one conclusion you can come to. Intellivision from Mattel Electronics.
The problem was they didn't have any arcade games, and Atari, being an arcade company, excelled in arcade games. And another problem with the Intellivision was it was a slower system than the VCS because it sacrificed memory for graphics rather than for speed. And so Atari retaliated with their own commercial showing this nerdy looking kid and saying, well, here's Atari's arcade games and here's Mattel's arcade games, and there are no Mattel arcade games.
As an intelligent consumer, I wanted to compare Atari Asteroids with other companies' asteroids. But other companies don't make asteroids.
Atari had coin-op games that had great brands that people already knew, and that they could bring those into their home operation. We didn't have that at Mattel. And so we ended up licensing with Data East. But even then we were doing more games that were derivative or copy type, just to try and keep pace with Atari.
I wanted to compare Atari Missile Command with other companies' missile commands, but other companies don't make that either.
Well, it probably didn't help that Intellivision came from a toy company. There's an aura there of softness, and Atari was, video gaming.
But ultimately, when you played the games, you could really tell the difference then, because the Intellivision and the way it presented graphics, the frame rate was pretty slow. It was pretty plotting, and the 2600 had this really fast frame rate. So games that were like shooters, racing games, all that stuff on the 2600 felt great, but they looked really nice on the Intellivision.
When it comes to the video games the world wants most, nobody compares to Atari.
So in a normal world, the Intellivision would have come along and blown the Atari out of the water because it seemed to have 4 times as much capability. That wasn't the reality. That was only the anticipation.
Despite all the TV commercials that Mattel ran every night for years saying how we were better, we never caught Atari in video game sales because of that price difference.
George Plimpton exuded the air of a New England socialite, refined, intellectual, logical, and straightforward compare for yourself pitch in Mattel's TV ads. Helped position the Intellivision as not only an educated choice, but an obvious one.
I'll try almost anything. So when Mattel Electronics asked me to compare their Intellivision games with Atari, I gave it a try. I compared Atari baseball with Intellivision and found Intellivision played much more like real baseball. Then I compared Atari football with Intellivision. Again, Intellivision played more like the real game. In my opinion, if you try them both, there's only one conclusion you can come to. Intellivision from Mattel Electronics.
And this one, we've already played it in our cold opens, but we're going to play it once again. And yes, I know we've been starting to kind of start with jokes because the home market in this era of video games being in 1985 has kind of hit a lull. Once we get to the point where the NES is released, which we're getting pretty close to that point, we will return to that format.
As an intelligent consumer, I wanted to compare Atari Asteroids with other companies' asteroids. But other companies don't make asteroids. I wanted to compare Atari Missile Command with other companies' missile commands, but other companies don't make that either. Finally, I wanted to compare the new Atari Warlords. Unfortunately, other companies don't make it. When it comes to the video games the world wants most, nobody compares to Atari.
Once you compare the two systems to challenge sophistication and continued interest as sports journalist and Mattel spokesman George Plimpton, I'm confident you'll choose Intellivision. And again, I encourage you to get the DLC if you want to look at that a little closer. Same thing here. This 1982 ad draws a sports fan survey data and independent praise to further one of the campaign's core messages. Our sophistication makes the games more challenging. Mattel's IntelliVoice Speech Peripheral debuted in 1982 at $100, but failed to catch on with gamers. Zed's mention of Night Stalker with its relentless one-eyed robot was likely added to reference the famous voice-enabled arcade game Berserk. However, only 5 games supported IntelliVoice, and Night Stalker was not one of them. It may seem unfathomable to modern gamers, but in 1982, the manufacturer of Intellivision designed and sold games for its biggest rival, Atari 2600. Was the M Network initiative a cunning business decision or a simple sign of surrender?
Mattel Electronics had no interest in making cartridges for the Atari 2600. What happened was this Glenn Hightower, who made the original cartridges for the Intellivision, he realized he got a bad deal out of it. Whatever games they sold to Mattel, they would get $30,000. Meanwhile, Mattel would turn around and sell like 50,000 copies of the games for a huge amount of money. And so he decided, well, why I should get in on this side. So he had his people reverse engineer the Atari 2600. They started making Atari versions of the Intellivision games.
So I remember when we were in the meeting where we were being told we were going to do this as a company, and we weren't asked, we were told.
It is hard to join a business that there's already 600 products.
Right.
And you're going to try to duplicate
And make a
one of
mark.
them. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty hard.
Most of the executives there didn't want to do it. They said, why should we sell games for a competing system? Also, they're worried that people will look down on them, like, you know, they're jumping on the bandwagon for another company. And then Hightower convinced them there's 10 million Atari VCSs out there, there's 2 million Intellivisions out there. So instead of selling games just for 2 million consoles, you could sell games for potentially 12 million consoles. And Mattel liked that idea, and that's why they went with it.
Once video games really started to take off and become this big boom, we had all of these copycat companies trying to come in from the outside, apart from Atari, Mattel, Activision. And everybody was trying to start a video game company. So you had Games by Apollo, which some investors started up. You had the Quaker Oats video game division. And I say that and people think, oh, Don's joking. No, there really was a Quaker Oats video game division. When you have all that kind of stuff going on and people trying to build games for Intellivision and for Atari, at a certain point I think both companies decided, I don't know who went first or who influenced, well, we should probably be making games for each other because it's now at the point. We make games.
Mattel wants to make Atari games. Everybody has an Atari. We want to sell games. That was what they told us. Atari's everywhere, so let's make games that people will buy because of that.
As the teams evolved and kind of subdivided, one of the factors was those who had experience on 6502, which was quite a few of our programmers at that point. They tended to migrate more towards the VCS, and those who did not certainly were staying on Intellivision.
And I was hired just to do the VCS, nothing else, because I had learned machine language, you know, in college. And the VCS runs on machine language.
Some folks just loved the Intellivision and didn't want to go anywhere. For other people, it was kind of like, oh, we get to go head to head with Atari? That would be fun.
There was that added art part, too, of let's be a step above. There was definitely that concept of we're going to be above Astro Smash or whatever those other things are. We're going to be special, high society Atari.
We as a whole, as a group, both M Network and Intellivision, felt like we had really good artists. So when I think about that, what Jane is saying rings true. We were good at combining artists and programmers in a way that brought the best out in both the programmers and the artists.
I was the only woman programmer in the whole group of M Network. I was kind of unaware of how unusual it was. So we were just like a bunch of people, and we all cared about video games and the problems of the VCS and conquering it, and we would share, you know, oh crap, my cycles went too long. I mean, it was a team thing.
Somebody told me you know that company M Network at CES? That's Mattel. And I said, I don't think so. It doesn't make any sense. And then I found out it was. And I said, oh, okay, so they're giving up.
It was called this magazine. It was Electronic Games. But they had this rumor page, and they talked about how Mattel was going to start making games for the Atari 2600. I couldn't get to my friend's house fast enough to be like, victory. Like, there's no way Atari would make games for the Mattel Intellivision, which they would later.
Atari did the same thing. They made games for the Intellivision under the Atari Soft label and other systems too. So there was definitely a lot of back and forth with all these companies once they started cross-selling games across platforms.
But at the time, they were the first to concede, and so I was very excited, not because I wanted the games, which I kind of did, but because I could actually claim victory over my friends that Mattel has to make Atari games to succeed in the game business.
It was just another revenue stream. It was another revenue stream. And it was a good thing for gamers because you could play the games on whichever system you chose.
A lot of their library is based on Intellivision games, and the Intellivision was a pretty capable console. Visually it looked different from the 2600, but a lot of the games had a lot of depth to them.
The cartridge shape was basically the Intellivision cartridge, but then they had this 2600 weird adapter they plugged into it at the bottom, and so they didn't bother. They could have, if you think about it, the tooling for the adapter was probably more than enough to make an actual cartridge case, but the defiance to be like, no, we're going to make a real Intellivision cartridge and make it look and be evocative of Intellivision, even though you're using it on a 2600, I thought was a really interesting approach for them.
When I heard they were coming out with the Atari games, I was in the camp that, they know that that's the market leader. We might as well jump on the bandwagon. And there were so many. There must have been at least 2-3 dozen companies at that time producing games for the 2600. So what's another one?
The sports games were fantastic from M Network, and I remember really liking Star Strike on the Intellivision. It felt like the sequence from Star Wars were going to the trench, and that was coming to the 2600. So secretly, I was super excited that I was going to start getting these Intellivision games on the Atari 2600.
The hyped Mattel games like Astro Smash, which became Astro Blades, I liked that game, and I think it was better to play on the Atari with the joystick than it was to play on the Intellivision with the disc.
One game I played a lot of, probably more than any others, and it's a weird outlier, is Frogs and Flies, which is a port of Frog Bog. Dark Cavern, a good version of Night Stalker, which should have been my favorite. It's one of my favorites, but it was Frogs and Flies. I played a hell of a lot of Frogs and Flies.
They run the gamut as far as being good and bad, but a lot of them are based on Intellivision titles that didn't already exist on the 2600. So I think it's great that they did that.
They pushed the limits of the Atari 2600. So games like Bump and Jump or Air Raiders or even like their football and baseball games, they were pretty impressive games. They looked really close to their Intellivision counterparts, but also had their own unique look, and they had no compromises. So for a company to kind of come in and just try to cash in on the Atari craze, that isn't what it felt like. It actually felt like they were coming in here to make a difference and make really good, solid Atari 2600 games.
So I like to think that we raised the bar. And then maybe others came along and did way better, who knows? But we cracked it. We said, hey, you don't have to do the old hat stuff. You can play with it like it's an instrument. You can pluck the strings different ways.
Mattel's challenge to let players decide for themselves as to whose games were superior extended to M Network, as this promotional button illustrates. This deluxe fold-out advertisement was not only offered its readers a puzzle to pique their curiosity, but included a chance to win an entire library of M Network games. This advertisement makes it clear that M Network intended to raise the visual bar to 2600. Our graphics don't move, they perform. With simple colors, bold fonts, and word balloon, this M Network advertisement was designed to appear in early 1980s comic books. While the M Network cartridge casing was based On the same ones used for Intellivision software, none of the M Network games share the title with their Intellivision inspiration. M Network cartridges appearing started in stores in late summer 1982. Facing a crowded market, developers attempted to set a high standard for a 2600 software in a lineup of visually striking titles and diverse gameplay. We start with Astro Blast. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to make sure we haven't played it yet. I don't think we have. No, we have not. Okie dokie. Asteroids and Space Invaders are both massive hits, and Intellivision's Astro Smash combine elements of both. This M Network adaptation, Astro Blast, benefited from Atari's most responsive joystick controller, but could also be played with paddles. Well, ooh. It just started. I didn't even press the start button at all. Okay, voice controls. How do you start over? Ah. Oh, things are going so fast now. Okay, where is everything? What was that? Well, it is. I missed it. Oh, ah! No, that was bad. Needless to say. Well, that was really bad. I ran into that. Never to get out of the way, I got in the way. No, man. I wonder if the power control would have been better. Man. What that was. And that's the game. 800 points even. Wow. I think that's about time. With a few game shares names and television inspiration, Star Strike's gameplay, which players try to bomb targets while piloting a speeding starfighter down a narrow trench, recalls the ending scene of Star Wars. Players fail, they see the alien superweapon launched at a nearby planet Earth. I'm pretty sure we have not played Star Strike. I'm going to double check, but I'm pretty sure we have not. Nope. Got one final one. Nice. Ooh. Man. Oh, I got it somehow. I only got one life? I have two. Okay, it's time for one more try. I don't know if this is... The problem is the depth perception. That part of the game has not held up. Oops. I died already. That was quick. That was actually pretty pathetic, the fact that I just manually crashed. Oh boy. I know we have a minute left, but we're just going to move on because we're not going to have time to get through another full game. And that's on me for just blowing that last one. So, but as we get this DLC, maybe you have to do a better look at this one. Armor Ambush. Another one we have not played. Based on Armor Battle from the Intellivision, looks and plays like a faster version of Atari's own Combat, which was itself based on Atari's arcade game. Tank. Designed for 2 players, Armor Ambush features more varied terrain than combat and the ability to swap between 2 tanks during gameplay. So, there may not be a CPU here. We might have to do what we did before, yeah. Yeah, definitely more terrain, but still combat, essentially. Okay, so basically you have like, you kind of have a life system almost. No game variations, as you saw, just one game, so all these are, all the obstacles are, I'm guessing, randomly generated. the same thing as earlier. Oh, right on maps. I have no idea how it's changed the. And this may not be all we have time for. It's definitely a lot longer version as opposed to proper combat, which is only I'm going to call it there. To Dark Cavern. I'm going to double check on this one. It sounds familiar. Nope, I haven't played it. A 2600 version of Intellivision's Night Stalker, Dark Cavern traps players in a single-screen maze with only limited ammunition. To destroy the robot enemies, crafty players discovered that lingering in the spawn area would keep them safe. An unofficial pause mode when the gamer would need a break. Did not expect to yawn. I got it, I'm not thought. No, how did I get him? It's so quick to shoot. It's like you can't really like. Let's try again. That was bad. It takes like multiple hits to get them, and that was lucky. Now, how did I? Ah. CPU's not always bright. Gotcha. Oh. I was confident he wasn't going to go that direction, and he went that direction. Oh, that's game. Okay. So, 18,000 points. I think that's double from my previous one. Not bad start. Oh, I didn't think it was gonna shoot. No. What happened there? I didn't see him shoot. Oh, I missed. He did not. And that was it. Oh, I didn't do as well. 4,000. I can do better than that. Let's do better. It wasn't shooting, so I thought it was safe. Man. Sometimes it's very selective. Oh, of course that happens. Hey, wait a minute. How was he able to shoot when he was got? I don't understand that. I'll call shenanigans. Ooh. I was not ready to shoot yet. Alright, let's try again. No. How was I supposed to know that was going to happen? I feel like if you shoot him, hitting him after being shot shouldn't affect you negatively. I feel like it is. Well, I still shot him just after I got shot. So weird. Not think I was gonna get hit. Oh, great. Aw. Felt like I was on a run there. Oh, well, that was Dark Cavern. I know we got 48 seconds, but that's not going to be enough time to do another game. So we're just going to move on to Flogs and Flies, the aforementioned. Some M Network games earned cult followings for simply being simply unlike other 2600 offerings. Flogs and Flies delivers exactly what the title promises: an insect-eating competition between two players leaping between lily pads. Like its Intellivision inspiration, Frogbog, the sky darkens as the day progresses to a game-ending night. That was easy. I just realized I pressed the wrong button and I started the game. I forgot to set the timer. That's on me. It's been about a minute, right? So let's do 4 minutes and restart. I didn't quite nail that. Oh, mistimed that. Oh man. Oh. I mistimed again. Oh, got lucky there. Second try. Oh, how did I miss that? How did I miss that twice? Okay, got that. Oh man! That was highway robbery! Now I'm starting to run away with it. It's approaching night. Oh, I'll reach. Man. Aw. That's taking great. Man. Flies don't want to be eaten, do they? Oh! All right. A 10-point win. I'll take it. I'll take the win. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We only have 28 seconds left, so we're just gonna call it. So here's Air Raiders. Flight simulators weren't common in 1982, so the original title Air Raiders was an unusual sight on the 2600. Players must successfully take off from the runway and engage in dogfights, but can land to refuel and restock ammo after 10 enemies have been downed. Oops, what happened there? says we run out of ammo. What am I supposed to do now? This is gonna be another one of those games I'm not gonna know what I'm doing. I've hit 10 people. Where am I supposed to go? Love ammo. I'm just like, what am I supposed to do? I don't know where to go. I can't shoot anyone. That was Air Raiders. Sports games were key to Intellivision's sales campaign. So seeing a 2600 adaptation of NFL football without for a license was a welcome sight to gridiron fans. Aside from the lack of kicking plays, the game delivers a robust simulation for 2 players. I'll check the controls here. That's what you think it is. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. You need a second player, don't you? I don't think this. I don't think you can play this to one player. Give me 5 minutes. We'll see if we can make this work. Okay, we discovered, yeah, this is exclusively a 2-player game. So, we're probably not going to bother. Which means, I'm guessing, Super Challenge Baseball. Yeah, Super Challenge Baseball is the same way. International Soccer. Yeah, 2 players required for all the games. There's no CPU. So we're not going to be able to do that because I don't have a friend with. I did not anticipate needing one. And Network published 17 cartridges with another 19 in various stages of development for Mattel Electronics closure. And historians have done their best to preserve screens, playable code, and memories of these unreleased games. Never officially released, Ant Bear makes his debut here for the first time. Oh, that's tough. That was close. What? I can't get down there. That's just so weird. That was close. There's a long tongue. Just for the sake of being safe. Didn't see that. I believe that's game. We're going to call it. We are going to call it. Programmer Jerry Lawson, who designed Fairchild's Channel F console, also created this treasure hunt adventure game that was never finished. Its large ROM and RAM requirements would have made it expensive to produce. A favorite of intelligent players, Sea Battle needed to be simplified for its 2600 debut in both gameplay depth and visuals, but still offered a graphic novel challenge to players. It remained unpublished until 2000, and then only limited quantities. And you know what? We're going to hold that. What's the wrong thing? Yeah, it's only giving me 2,000. It's not giving me... Okay. So we may have to do it this way. So I go all the way to 2,000. You're seeing my game maintenance at work, folks. You're going to see how I decide these things. There we go. So there we go. The glowing weapon suggests David Tatsumi took at least some inspiration from his tactical combat game of science fiction films. Unfortunately, Swordfight's two-player nature caused it to remain unreleased, save for a limited production run in 2000, another 2001. Tower of Mystery, based on Dungeons and Dragons, was created by Jane Turing, then modified by Mike Sanders. This prototype includes a special setting that limits the game to only 4 levels. It is believed this game was created for demo use at the January 2084 Consumer Consumer Electronics Show. I've been told that I was going to get to work on the Dungeons & Dragons game. D&D was in my whole life. I ate, drank, and slept D&D, so I was really chomping the bit to work on it. Unlock retail cartridges. EPROMs are erasable program or read-only memory. Allows programmers to remove, replace, or rewrite the data on the chips during development. This Tower of Mystery EPROM was from Jane Turing's personal collection. In April 2024, Jane Turing worked with the Video Game History Foundation to preserve one of the only known copies of Tower of Mystery. She was able to play creation for the first time in 40 years. And do my own name. course, it's one of these. What happened there? What am I supposed to do? Already have that. It's a book. That's all it is. It's a book. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, that was the only direction I could go. Just treasure. This just feels like a sword quest game. I know I'm already confused. Already have that. And yeah, we're not going to spend a ton of time on this. But of course, if this suits your fancy, you don't really look down. After the 1983 video game industry crash, the world's largest toy company found itself in grave danger with a negative net worth. Mattel closed the electronics division in February 1984 and quickly sold the Intellivision assets to a group of investors led by Mattel executive Terry Velisky. A group of Intellivision programmers brought the Intellivision library of games in 1997 and made them available for more than a decade. Atari acquired Intellivision assets in May 2024, bringing both brands under the same stewardship. What we now call the console wars started in earnest when Atari and Mattel battled for the hearts and wallets of early 1980s gamers. And take a look. I'm gonna finish this out.
It's been noted over the years that when there are at least 2 and sometimes 3 consoles fighting it out is when the video game business is its healthiest.
I think they were only some of the business people for whom it was war. And even though I'm the one who started saying cartridge wars, that was a turn of phrase as a metaphor as opposed to and let's draw blood. But inside the toy industry, they really did think that way. Maybe it was mid-November of '82. And so we do a demo. But the VP of marketing, his fancy suit's in there. The VP turns his head very slowly and he looks at me and he goes, "What you have to understand, young man, is that we are at war. We are at war with Atari," which tells you the attitudes of Mattel. "Every sale that we make takes something away from Atari and gives it to us. And even if I can't sell it now, I can stop somebody from buying an Atari now with this game. And that's why we're putting it on television. And you have to understand that this is a war." I don't know if I can get my eyelids as low as his, but so we got the speech.
To Atari, it was a console war. To Mattel's Intellivision, it was a console war. To Activision, it was an opportunity.
And as kids, we didn't care at all. You know, I would go over friends' houses to play ColecoVision, and I was amazed. You know, like Donkey Kong was amazing. The controller sucked, but the games were still a blast to play, and we just ignored that. And same thing with Intellivision. Tons of fun games in Intellivision. The controller sucked, but we didn't care. We were having fun playing the games.
It's just ironic that there's much less of a console war now, because, I mean, how many different consoles can you play Call of Duty on? All of them? Right. So it doesn't even work that way anymore. But if you wanted to play a particular game, if you wanted to play Plimpton's Baseball or whatever they called it, you had to have the Intellivision. There was no other way. And that certainly did make it a battle.
If you go back and you look at the old Intellivision and Atari commercials and how they duel in different ways and sometimes make fun of each other and so on, you see the height of it as far as the public was concerned.
It was definitely a console war between the two console makers, but we could use any console we wanted, and in fact would occasionally do that. We would say this game would work so much better on the Intellivision, let's put it over on the Intellivision shelf and work on it when we can. So yes, there was a console war, but there were those of us who benefited from it.
I mean, Atari was so far ahead in sales, I don't think they really worried about Intel. Maybe at first they did, but they were outselling it.
Yes, it was a war, but I think that the money was so heavily on the Atari side that, you know, Mattel was fighting a losing battle out the door.
Atari sold about 27.5 million VCSs. That's between 1977 and 1991. I don't know if that's if the numbers for the Intellivision are from just Mattel Electronics, but their total run was about 3 million.
Well, you know, they say that history goes to the victors. As the guy who coined the term console war, I would say actually that Atari won the first console war, because as much as I hate to say it, we never caught Atari in sales. We never sold as many games, we never sold as many consoles. Making money in this business is something that you have to do in order to keep making games. We're driven by passion, we have a love of making games. In the end, console wars are the business part of it. We as game makers never felt like we were at war. We're just trying to build great games that will sell.
Okay. So that concludes the majority of that. Obviously, there's a few things that didn't touch. But by now, you know what to do if you want to go into those, if you want to see these for yourself for more going more in depth. The DLC for Atari 50, the anniversary celebrations, like what, $8 for itself, or if you want both combined, it's $13, so you save a little bit of money. And the normal Atari 50, I believe, is like $30 digitally, but of course, if you have a PlayStation or Switch, you should be able to have a physical version that you can purchase that include these downloadable contents with it if you don't have it already. Highly, highly recommended. In the meantime, we're going to take a bit of intermission. This is going to be one of those weird ones. Normally we only take one. We're going to take two today, because we kind of have three distinct portions. We're going to do we're going to like take an 18-minute break, then we'll do like a, I would say maybe slightly less than 2.5 hours introduction to Capcom, followed by 2.5 hours of Dig Dug 2 and Sega Ninja. So we still have a lot to go through. So we're going to take an 18-minute break now, and I'll see ya on the other side as we go through Capcom, the 1984 arcade titles. All right. Unfortunately, I wasn't quite done with lunch, but we're going to move on anyway because the 18 minutes has expired. I don't want to keep you waiting too much longer. So we do have a few games I've added last minute. From Capcom. So I was just on a roll. Like, you know what? I was going to include them because I would have to number them and everything. Now it's like they've had so much things. They charge 50 DLCs. Of course. Pretty much, that alone pretty much opened the can of worms. Like, now we'll just add them to the list. We just won't number them. Because we just have to go to, hey, we initially were going to leave this out, but decided, you know what, let's just include it, because then we can give you a better sense of gaming history by not just like leaving things out just for the sake of being nice and numbered. So these three games will not be on the scroll on the left, right above me, in fact. But the three games from Capcom we're going to go through, they're 1984 titles. Sansan, Vulgus, Pirate Ship, Nigamaro. There you go. Coming too far. The first one, and the first one we're going to spend the most time on by a long shot, is Sansan. This game was released in July 1984. Designed by Yoshiki Okamoto and the music composed by Yoko Mori. I don't think this is the very first Capcom arcade game, but there's no question this is amongst the first. So, get a chance to look at the track wheel, so we know what I'm doing. Not very good at this. Alright, I got. I got bamboozled there. Oh man, I thought. Oh man, if I had an opening. Okay, so that was 8340. Oh man, I was trying to go down. Keep getting. They're doing worse than last time. That's even possible. Oh no! Oh, that one. That wasn't great. I did better? I do not understand at all. Did. I really wish these bullets would go further. How am I supposed to dodge that? It better. I did not do that well. I got bamboozled. Well, I did not think I was going to do that. Try to get out of the way. Cornered myself. That was on me. I don't think that was my best game. I think it's my second best just because. Yeah, second best. Oh, I thought I got rid of it. Oops. Nah. We can't shoot. What happened there? Oh, I pressed the wrong button, that's why. I'm pressing A. Oh, of course that happens. Of course that happens. Well, that was gonna be it. Oh man, that little... Ugh. There's no way I'm gonna avoid that. Yeah. Oh man, I'm looking like margarine because I'm fake. Ah! That's what PAL does. Interesting. Oh man. I don't think this is gonna be my best game. I'm just always... Oh man. One of my worst games so far. Paying attention to that in that game. Somehow I still got on the high score list, even though that was probably one of my not so great runs. Let's keep trying that button. Keep thinking the plus button would be start the game and not necessarily bring up a menu. I don't think it'll be a shorter button. Oh man. Not a good start. Never in these kind of games you want to... Oh, I gotta turn around. Okay, extra life, we'll take it. I don't know how I defeated one of them, but I did. Oh man, thought I was gonna be able to get him. Last game. That's been my best game. I got to 15. Yes, that is my best game by a long shot. I feel like I'm starting to get the hang of it. I was just making that mistake. Ah. That was dumb. I was like, I'll just take it on and hang on. Ah! Two really dumb moves in a row. Both of them were on me. Trying to get out of the way, and then I just hate whenever like I try to get out of the way, and getting out of the way actually puts me in the way, defeating the purpose. Okay, now I got it. That's game, isn't it? I think I was slightly further. Yes. Oh man. I thought I timed it right, I did not. Oh. Come on, come on, come on. I don't know what happened there. I have no idea what happened there. Obviously, that was a pathetic run. Let's try again. Not like that. Oh. Oh, I'm pushing the wrong way. That, oh, what? I didn't see that. Yeah. Thank Again, can we get that high score? Man. Well, good time for that. Nah, I was gonna get him. I was confident. I was in a vulnerable spot. So I'll give you that. But new looking at the score, that was my best game, so I'm not going to complain about that run. I'll play the game probably a couple more times and then we'll take a break. Because this is a long time. Dedicated to one arcade game. I think Sega Ninja is the only other game we're doing an hour and a half on today. The rest is going to be half an hour or 1 hour. Because once we get to Dig Dug 2, that's going to be just an hour. Oh. How did I get hit? Oh, I missed that. Oh man. Didn't see that guy. Oh man. It does get tough when you get to that point. This guy don't know what the best approach is. Clearly had better games here. Oh, that's the... Oh, wow. Never got rid of all of them. Oh, man. Oh. Got cornered. I didn't know how to get out of that one. That's the thing. You just don't want to get cornered. Get cornered and you're probably not going to get out. Whoa! Did my high score. Well, nah, I thought I was going to beat it out. Yeah, beat it by landslide. Okay. That was definitely my longest game of Song. And you know what? I mean, let's not kid ourselves. We've been playing this game for about an hour. So, let's take a 5-minute timeout. And when we come back, we will finish Song. Okay. So something I caught during the break. This game is loosely, and probably should emphasize the word loosely here, is loosely based off a Chinese novel, Journey to the West. Now, considering this is a Japanese game, I do find it weird that it's based off Chinese literature from over 400 years back, 15th century work. But it is what it is, and we're going to play on. Of course, I get bamboozled. Welcome to the arcades, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, trying to get out of the way by getting into the way in error. Well on my way to getting a high score. Oh boy, I didn't get out of the way before that's game. Well, couldn't get that score. I only got the second best score. Man, I'm making bold decisions, am I? I thought they would stay put. Whoa, what was that? Man, I'm being bimbo. This is not my day. Ooh, that was not my game. Can I do better? Can I do better? Oh. I'm doing well. Oh man. Man. You have time for maybe 4 more games. man. The timing of that PAL one was really bad. There's no question about that. That hurt me. How was I supposed to defend that? Ooh. Oh, that stings. For whatever reason, I couldn't get the power to work. Oh, man. Moves always would think I wouldn't be going someplace, and of course it knew. Oh no! 2 in a row. Thought I could get him. Drat. Corner myself on that one, that's on me. I'm curious how long it takes some of you to get sore after a little longer play session. Right. Oh man, I didn't think they'll be jumping up. Put me for a loop. Oh man, I thought I was gonna get out of the way. Ah. When you think it's safe, it's not. Man. Did not think they had reach like that. I got the fries in death. That's funny. Man, I keep getting cornered. Oh. I mean, try to outsmart them and they don't. They actually outsmart you. Oh. Once again, I never think they would go backwards. So I'm like, okay, I'm safe. If this game takes more than 3 minutes, we're gonna call it. No, that break was my enemy. No. Oh man. That was about 3 minutes. You know what? I'm going to call it. If it was literally any shorter, I probably would go. I just realized that my mic was off. So none of you heard my explanation of why my the battery in the remote died. It died. It is a little loud on the TV side. No, it's normal. Weird. I guess the Wii is louder than the Switch. All right. Doug is once again digging for pukas and thunder, but this time he's on an island. Snare your enemies with a trusty pump and inflate them until they pop. But don't let them sneak up on you, and if you get caught in front of fiery breath, they're toast. So, just like normal Big Doug, except there's a drill button. At least give this a truck mode a little bit of time, just to give ourselves a little bit of sense of how to play. All right. Didn't take long, did it? That was easy. I thought I was going to get rid of that guy. I did not. Not do what I thought I was going to do. I thought I was at the other one. Try again. Butter! I'm liking this. Oh, man. Suicide, apparently. I thought you were alive. I don't know what happened there. I probably misspelled my name and I could not fix it. So hopefully... That's one of the problems. Like, if you goofed on your name, you can't fix it. There's no backwards button. It is locked in. Your only hope to get rid of it is if it ever powers off or whatever. So. There are... So here's the thing about this game. Published by Namco, obviously. Yuko Kineo and Junko Zaro were the composers for the game. And this game was released exclusively in Japan in March 1985. However, it never made it to the States. I believe until the NES version came out. And then when the NES version came out, we never, I believe that was a USA exclusive. I don't think it ever came out in Japan. That was just so weird. Japan saw this, but we in the States, we only saw this on the NES. I've been doing it, but whatever. you do? Keep doing not quite what I was trying to do. I think some of that went down the wrong pipe. There. I think I have the wrong pipe. I don't know how I got hit by fire. I was trying to get out of there. Nah. Nah. Indecision. Thankfully I didn't lose a life on that one. I don't know how I pulled that off! Nah. Nah, I couldn't get around there! I'm just stuck in that corner. Because I went with the rat. I mean, it did count. I just didn't get the passing thing. had them. And nah. I can't tell if I'm regressing or no, because my first game was, or the second game I should say, was the first I've gotten. Despite that, the game before this one was my highest score. So my productivity going through this game is a little off. I thought you blew the fire already. I call shenanigans. On the first level, too. I'll just do it the easy way. I guess can't do diagonal. That's great. That's great. Case where something happened I did not think would happen. I did not go according to how I thought it would go. Oh, did not see I chose 2 Bs. And it's logged in. It's been a long day, folks. One of the longer episodes of the show. We'll do 2 episodes tomorrow. Neither of them will be this long. I just remembered the easy way. I completely forgot. I feel like I'm like... Man, there was so much I couldn't. I needed to stay where I was at, but I was getting attacked, and I was not paying attention. Man, I don't know where to go. I was cornered. I cornered myself. No, that's on me. I was cornered. Want me to forget it's round one again. Ah, man. I was confusing my buttons. I thought I hadn't swapped. I thought the pump was the other button and the drill was, yeah, and I was wrong. Looky there. Ah! Thought I had enough time. I thought I was gonna. Ow! I thought I was gonna get him. Whew. Wow. Nah, man, I thought I was gonna have enough time. this time, no harm, no foul. What happened to that camera? Fix that. Got lucky there. Oh man! I was paying more attention to Frag I just got about the Pugas. So I had to start that all over. I surrounded myself. I should have used the pump. I think I forgot how to do this. Okay, how is this fire reach larger than the pump? I call shenanigans. How did that happen? I did not... I guess one of my letters is censored. That's weird. Okay. A vowel is censored in my name. think I caught myself pushing up first. Okay, that was a bad game, obviously. Let's start over. I did not expect them to come to my side so soon. I was only get one guy at a time. I can't be attacking two. Okay, I'm kind of on a negative roll here. 10 minutes left. No. Trying to leave away, I didn't think I was going to do this. I did not do what I thought I was going to do. Great. Ah! I made it harder on myself, didn't I? I don't know how I selected 2 E's. Like, I just pressed once, I thought. Maybe it registers a double click, but man, if that's the case, that's sensitive. Very sensitive. We may only have time for one more game. Better work. I believe I struggled a lot with that one. Now I'm like, no problem. As you play a game long enough, you'll figure things out. I'll figure out each level. Man, somehow got smart. They got smart. Somehow found a way around me, but still got me head on. Now I got it. Yeah, that was too thin a angle there. Less than a minute left. All we have left is Sega Ninja. We're going to need 3 minutes to set that up. And those 3 minutes will start. If I can set up the right screen. Right now. Now to our final game of the day. That's not what I want. The artist of this game was Rico Kodama. Released to the arcades in March 1985. This game was essential. Like, it's kind of funny how the two arcade games we're finishing off with, as we are back to the main rundown, are both Japanese exclusives. But that is how we are. There we go. This is also known as Ninja Princess, as you can see. About to also make a move. I was a little slow. I'm already not good at this game. Man, I got shafted there. Is there like no, I don't think they give you the switch settings on this thing. That kind of stinks. I like more lives. I suppose to see that coming. Wait a minute. Okay, call shenanigans. I don't think that hit me. I don't think that hit me. There's a not unforgiving hitbox. he's faster than I am. I don't think I'm gonna be good at this game. I really don't. Time. I may cut this short if I can't get past the first level, because it'll be like, what's the point? A way you can throw backwards. I feel like that would be highly beneficial with something like this. There are some games that already, obviously, have already done doing that. So I feel like this is a game that has tons of potential, but I think it's hurting itself with being just a single stick game and being a one-hit kill. With no continues either. No continues. Well, continues actually won't help much when you keep getting stuck in the first level. So maybe I shouldn't judge that part yet. Still one hit kill. Come on. I didn't react to that very well. I'm gonna keep trying. Wrong button. That stings. That stings. Ah. I was slow on that. That's on me. One of my worst games. That was not good. Oh, timing, great. Okay, that... I don't think that was fair. Whoa, what was that? I don't feel like the hitbox is fair. I don't know if I can get past this level 1. We will keep trying we're gonna push through. If I do get past level 1 before we get the 1 hour mark. If not, we're gonna call it early. 1 hour early. I'm not gonna have any. Considering it's been a really long broadcast, I'm not going to complain too much about it. Calling it early. Good. Button. I call shenanigans. At least thankfully the game has some sense of checkpoints. Ooh. Oh, the Gronk! Ah! Oh, this chasing is making the head-to-head so difficult. They're always chasing you. Meaning, if you try to take them out, you will get hit. It's a one-hit kill. Everything's a one-hit kill. Where am I? That was unfortunate. In this case, the trunk. Man, they're so fast. I can't. Mentally, I just have a hard time keeping up. Oh. Nah. I'm having a tough time with this. much time with this one. I think it gets to... I get to what appears to be towards the end of the level, but I can't get past it. Oh. That was bad. See the weapon! I was so focused on the guy. There's just so much going on. On the first level, no less. Wow. That's an unfortunate hitbox. Oh, I thought I was gonna miss that. I was confident. Maybe I should. Ah! I was confident again, and I stopped being confident. The hitbox in here is questionable. Why should I be confident? Again, I keep getting chased, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do? In a spot where I can't turn around and fight, I will get hit. Again, that's a problem with something like this. I just don't think the one-hit kill was the best design decision. Artistically, this looks brilliant. Like, I want... The art design is fantastic, I feel like. No complaints on that. It's definitely very Japanese, but I feel like that's 100% what they're going for. So that's not an issue. They're everywhere. I was about to do the move again. Only 4 minutes left. I know it says hour 4, but if I can't get past level 1, like I said, we're just gonna call it. But we've been broadcasting since 9. So this has been a 6-hour broadcast, so I'm not gonna like say, oh my gosh, you're doing so good. Technically, I cut one of the games in the Atari 50 short too, so maybe. And it cut Fairyland Story short too, by a significant margin. But there was no broadcast on Saturday because we cut. I was gonna get by him. Imagine maybe our last two playthroughs. Because I don't think I can play this for 9 minutes. If I can't get past the first level. So much repetition. My best chance to, of course, get stuff. Oh man, I thought I hit him too. Is everything weaker than the enemy? Yeah, I'm kind of, honestly guys, I'm a little tired out. So what is Second Ninja following Game Net 194, Dig Dog 2? You know what, that's how we're gonna call it. We do have a couple more Sega games before the launch of the NES. We have My Hero and we have Space Harrier. Space Harrier is big. I'm definitely looking forward to that one, but we have two broadcasts tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we have Twin Beans Excite Like. In the evening, we have Savage Bees and Commando. And then on Saturday, we have 1942. That's it, just 1942. And then Monday, I think it's My Hero, Space Harrier, Big Robot. And then Wednesday is Meals for Secret, where we take a break, so we're playing Ghosts and Goblins. So that is the plan for the next few broadcasts. We'll see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. In the meantime, I'm Caleb. God bless, take care. Now, catch the flip side as we are 806 games away from Sonic Adventure 2.